I'm supposed to find it immediately. No awkward silence here. Did not succeed. What? Random, complete with telling my race and then having at least one person question the efficacy of that every time. Thank you, TK Deviant. 71 months. Yeah, I just don't enjoy it.
Making everyone's day just a little bit better.
I just don't do it.
Big job. Been waiting on you. SCV ready. Armed.
Add-on operational.
This better been waiting on you. SCV ready. This better be good. You gonna give me orders? Gangway, coming through. You got it. Go, go, go! Go ahead. Yep. SCV ready.
Yes, sir.
By the number.
Supply depots insufficient. Not enough minerals.
This better be good. Orders
What the fuck?
been waiting. Who wants some? What's going on?
All hands to battle station.
SCV ready.
Ah. Need something liberated?
Ready to roll out.
Command center upgraded.
SCV ready.
Flight plan is locked.
Who wants some? We can use some help here.
Attention!
Add-on operational.
All hands to battle station.
By the number. Who wants some? This better be good. Big job. Go, go, go. Got no
Supply depots insufficient. Overlords superior.
Ready for dust off.
You could have been waiting on you. Who wants some? It's about to get heavy. You want a piece of me, boy?
Need must build more supply depots.
This better be good. Of course. What's that?
Upgraded. Mineral field exhausted.
Of course.
Life flight's here.
I mean, about 99% of the time they respond with what race they are. Like, the most clever person since the last filthy cheeser who did it. It's a bit of a giveaway.
Research completed.
All those players are very unique and original in much the same ways.
What's going? Bad news. Go ahead.
Mineral quantity insufficient.
SCV ready. Yes, sir.
More minerals required.
It's your dime.
Not enough minerals.
EVT.
SCV ready at me. Man the huh?
I think you asked the rats, McMeaty, TK Deviant. Bad y'all still on duel.
Supply depots. Mineral quantity insufficient. More minerals required.
SCV ready. What's going on? Big job, huh? SCV ready. SCV ready. Big job, huh? I'm going. Huh? Go ahead. Hey. What's going? SCV ready. Big job, huh? Ah! Huh? Bad news? Yeah.
But
What's going on?
sometimes the
Go
SCV
ahead.
just gets stuck in the center. Some bullshit.
What's going on? Ah! Go ahead. Bad news?
Command center upgraded.
Gotcha. Big job. Huh? In the rear with the gear. Huh? Big job, huh? What's going on?
Add-on constructed.
SCV ready. Roger. SCV ready.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Go, go, go. SCV ready. Ah! Go ahead. SCV ready. Been waiting. By the numbers.
Add-on operational. Mineral quantity insufficient.
This better be good. SCV ready.
Command center.
SCV ready. Shoot. SCV ready.
More minerals required.
I think even Zarin.
Rewarded.
Fueled up, ready to go.
Add-on.
But I just don't enjoy it.
SCV ready. What's going on? Coming. SCV ready. Out. SCV ready. In the rear with
Cannot
the gear.
build there.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
Mineral quantity insufficient.
SCV ready. SCV ready.
Thank you, Dream Shifter.
Mineral
70 how much?
insufficient.
I just don't enjoy it.
Enough mineral.
SCV ready.
New technology researched. Engineering. More minerals required. Not enough minerals.
state your request.
What's going on? SCV ready.
Mineral quantity insufficient.
SCV ready. Yep. You gonna give me orders? Sure thing. Ready to roll out. Armed and ready. We could use some help here. Ready to blunder.
Ready for service.
SCV ready. This better be good. SCV ready. What's up? By the numbers. SCV ready.
Must build more supply depots.
Been waiting already. SCV ready. This better be good.
Awaiting orders.
We could use some help here. You gonna give me orders?
Alright. Ready. Await. State your request.
Hostile forces engaged.
Go ahead.
Not enough energy.
Ready to blunder. We could use some help here. Ready to go.
Not enough energy.
Go ahead.
Command center upgraded.
This better. Let's get. Need something. Transformations. One. You ready for it? Give us your best shot. We could use some help here. Fighter flight. Ready to blunder.
Command center not enough.
SCV ready. Bad news? You scared me.
Cannot build there. Enemy attacking SCVs. Mineral cluster expended.
In the rear with the
Under
gear.
siege.
Need something? Speak up. SCV ready. Ready to blunder. SCV ready.
Additional add-on. Insufficient Vespine gas.
SCV ready. Ready to go.
Additional add-on constructed. Insufficient mineral field exhausted.
SCV ready. Fueled up, ready to go. Ready to blunder. You ready for war? Go ahead. We could use some help.
Mineral field depleted.
Transformation system
Under siege.
Go ahead. Ready to raise some hell. Your time. Ready. Some hell. Speak up.
SCVs under attack.
Yes, sir.
Additional supply depots required.
Let's get into the fight.
Must build more.
Ready to blunder. I'm going.
Supply depots insufficient. More cannot build there.
Daylight burning. Bad news. Some help here. Inbound. Ready to roll out.
Additional supply depots. Need more. SCVs under attack.
Be ready.
Insufficient.
In motion.
Enemy attacking SCVs. Insufficient energy. Not enough minerals. More commands.
Ready to raise some hell.
Upgrade. Upgrade completed.
SCV ready.
Base under siege.
Raven online.
Huh? Bandit. SCV-4 is here. What's going on? Ready to raise some hell. Ready to plunder. You ready for war?
Not enough minerals.
What's that?
Mineral cluster.
Get into the fight. Made for battle.
Insufficient.
Ready to roll out.
Not enough.
Reporting for action.
Lay it on me. You ready? What's our target? SCV ready. Ready to plunder. Transformation. Go ahead.
Additional Vespine gas required.
Reporting for
SCV ready. Ready to made for
Command center upgraded. Insufficient Vespine.
ready to plunder.
Ready to roll out. What's that?
Jump out here. SCV ready. Go ahead.
Ready to roll out. Fueled up, ready to go.
Mineral field exhausted.
initiating.
Transformation ready to plunder. Arrived.
Mineral quantity.
Moving into position.
What's our target? Lay it on me.
Base under siege.
Ready to roll out. Fueled up, ready to go.
Base under siege. SCVs under attack.
It's all me.
Resubscription confirmed. Automatically relayed. Thanks.
WNTRGG.
So he was a mech player, which means his immediate instinct was to turtle on planetaries. I'm a player who plays mech, which means I know if they turtle on planetaries, I can take the rest of the map. Because you're not going very far. That's why expanding to the top left corner with an orbital is not very risky. Because as long as I'm building Vikings, he probably can't kill the orbital, so you might lose some SCVs, but expendable.
fix myself if I write rhymes, but I'm lying to myself, and I know that it's a sign that the more I try to sing and the more I ink it down, I'll get further in my head, and the ink it makes me drown. All these words I put on paper, they become my traitor, saying I'm a failure. Fuck was my eraser. I left it at my neighbor. This pain is in my nature. Got my 9 to 5. Man, I don't feel alive. Feel like 25 alive. I should have been a skater, maybe a heartbreaker, some kind of creator, simple money maker. I'm just a simple money maker.
More
Be hypocritical not to believe him.
mineral quantity insufficient.
SCV ready. In the rear with the gear.
Not enough minerals.
I'm going. Yo. Bad SCV ready. Big job, huh? Go ahead. What's going on? Huh? Ah! In the rear
Must
with the
build
gear.
more supply depots. Cannot build there.
Big job, huh? Huh?
Mineral quantity insufficient.
SCV ready. Ah! SCV ready. Overtime. SCV ready. Let's go. Big jump. SCV ready. Gotcha. Huh? Go ahead. What's going on? Yeah. Ah!
Not
Scare me.
enough minerals.
Big job, huh? What's going on? Huh?
Command center upgraded.
Big job, huh?
More minerals.
The Grim Reaper has arrived. Bad news, SCV ready. Ah! Here!
Not enough minerals. Additional Vespine gas required.
Agreed. I'm listening. Oh, yeah, baby. I'm going. Got something for me to kill. Ready. Done. That's all on the way. Sir. Get from above. Big jump. What's it worth? Fair enough. SCV ready. Weird. All right. Huh? Fuse him.
Add on construction landing zone.
SCV ready. Let's do this. Nothing I can't handle. I'm listening. I'm going. That's all. SCV ready. Got something for me to kill. Yes, indeed.
Not enough energy.
Death from above.
Add on operational.
SCV ready.
Command center upgraded. Zone obstructed.
SCV ready. Ready to raise some hell. SCV ready. Certainly. What's it worth? SCV ready. Let's do this. Daylight's burning. SCV ready. Talk to me, Bob. Huh? Ready to raise some hell. Burn. Are you ready for this?
Command center upgraded. Insufficient energy.
Talk to me, boss. Ready. Let's do this. Daylight's burning. Blurry. Waiting on you.
Not enough. Cannot build there.
Where's the hot action? Are you ready for this?
Loud.
SCV ready.
Insufficient energy. Cannot build there.
What's going? Big job. SCV ready. Go ahead. SCV ready. SCV ready.
Mineral cluster expended.
SCV ready.
Not enough. Zone obstructed.
I'm going. SCV ready. What's on you? Are you ready for this? All day long. Daylight's burning. Absolutely.
Add-on constructed.
Engaging.
Battery. SCV ready. Go ahead. SCV ready.
Add-on operational.
Ben, what's going on?
Up, ready to go.
Need more. Supply depots insufficient.
SCV ready.
Additional supply depots required.
I got my ears on.
SCV ready.
Insufficient Vespine gas.
SCV ready. I'm waiting on you. Ah, hear me.
Can do.
SCV ready. SCV ready. Kaboom, baby.
Technology research. Upgrade completed. Mineral additional Vespine gas required.
You gonna give me orders? SCV ready. Kaboom, baby. SCV ready. Yep. Boy. Got a hole. By the nose. Go, go, go. In the rear.
Talk, now what?
This better be good. Go, go, go.
Insufficient.
Keep your shit boy.
Must build more supply.
Nowhere to fall, but I will keep climbing. I can't see, I'm in the dark, surrounded by sharks that clad over me. I can't see, I'm in the
Optimistic
dark,
attack.
surrounded by sharks that clad over me. Just take me home, just take me home. Now the sky is falling, don't let it fall, don't let me go. Now the sky is falling down, 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 down on me. Down, 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 down on me.
Random blast.
Mineral quantity insufficient.
Resubscription.
Yeah, for a month.
Required.
Automatically
I just still
reload.
enjoy.
Thanks.
Harvest TV, 20 months as well.
More. Mineral quantity insufficient. Not enough minerals. More minerals required. Not enough minerals.
Weird pylon. It's a hero wall.
More minerals required. Mineral quantity insufficient. Queen birth successful.
Shoot better.
More minerals required. Insufficient. Evolution. Newly birthed queen ready. Command unacceptable. Queen birth successful. Insufficient energy. Not enough energy.
Good shit.
Swarm forces under attack.
New subscriber detected.
Mineral quantity insufficient. Not enough minerals. Newly birthed mineral quantity insufficient. Commander under attack. Not enough energy. More minerals required. Mineral insufficient energy. Command, need more Vespine gas. Command, unacceptable. Insufficient energy. Command, not newly birthed queen ready. Must be more minerals required. Swarm has command unacceptable. Insufficient, not enough minerals. Mineral cluster expended. Sequences spun. Swarm mutated. Must spawn. Not. Swarm has evolved. Swarm forces under attack. Insufficient overlords. Insufficient. Evolution complete. More minerals required. Must command. Creep additional unless attack. Creep to mineral command. forces under attack. Forces under attack. Insufficient Vespine gas. Mineral quantity insufficient. Not command unacceptable. Not enough energy. Command unacceptable. Additional Vespine gas required. Swarm forces under attack. Command unacceptable. Command unacceptable. No, not possible. Supply limit reached. Command no, not possible. Creep tumor under attack. No, swarm forces under attack. Creep tumor under attack. Creep tumor under attack. Command. No, not possible. Swarm forces under attack. Mutation complete. Command new lethal. Swarm forces under attack. No. Possible. Mineral field exhausted. No, not. Creep tumor under attack. No. Mineral cluster. Next. Creep tumor under attack. Evolution complete. No, not possible. Supply limit reached. Hive cluster under direct assault forces under attack. Hive cluster under mineral assault exhaust. No, not possible. No, not possible. Supply limit. No, not possible. Command unacceptable. Command mineral hive cluster under direct assault. Swarm as evolved. Mutation complete. No, not possible. Mineral feed command unacceptable. No, mineral cluster expended. Swarm forces under attack. Unacceptable. No, not possible. Supply limit reached. Mineral field exhausted. Swarm forces. Command hive cluster under direct assist. Command unacceptable. Swarm outbreaks under attack. Mineral quantity insufficient. More minerals required. Swarm forces under attack. Enough minerals. Need more Vespine gas. Hive cluster under direct assault. Swarm forces under attack. Concrete tumor under attack. Hive cluster under direct assault. Swarm forces under attack. Tumor under attack. Swarm forces under attack. Green tumor under attack. Mineral cluster expended. No, not possible. Supply limit reached. Sequences command unacceptable. Exhausted. Command unacceptable. Mineral quantity insufficient.
I've never felt so incredibly useless at 190 supply. I look at 190 supply and I'm like, well, do I GG now or do I wait till the carriers come out? That's the feeling of Zerg nowadays. Usually it looks better if you wait till the carriers come out.
Resubscription confirmed. Automatically relaying thanks. A new subscriber has been acquired.
Mineral quantity insufficient. More minerals required. Must. enough minerals.
Maybe back to Wigs. Thank you, Sheep Screamer, forever. By the way. 11 years. I just still enjoy it. We should have started 2 things. It's very suspicious. Oh, it's a Stargate.
Understood. I am the voice. The skies await.
Robo.
Warp field online.
Interesting.
Enemy assaulting probes. Research completed.
Probably dead.
Firstborn shall persevere.
PvP in a nutshell.
Glory to the king.
Beautiful.
Your dedication will be rewarded.
The problem with scouting it is the tools you use to scout it means you probably already lost. Because you have a sentry against immortals.
Not enough minerals.
Guess Chrono Warp Gate.
More minerals required. Additional pylons required.
That might be too far back. Oh, they have 2 larvae.
Mineral quantity insufficient.
Gaming.
Mineral quantity insufficient. Probes under attack. Pylon under scientists required. Not.
Let your will be heard. Ire shall be reclaimed.
Cannot warp there.
Glory to the Daylom.
More minerals.
Najaka. Yes, Executor. Give us your enemy. Forward. Let combat awaits. Najakar. We. Where shall we?
All right.
march?
Hello. I mean, gotta go void right now.
Dimensional strings attuned.
Not enough energy.
Extrapolating strings.
Insufficient energy. Inadequate supply. Pylons inefficient.
Our fates are one. Nas and tide. We
New
interpret.
technology researched.
Harmonized. Stars.
This vessel shall live.
Glory to the Daylom.
Not enough minerals.
Let us begin.
Let your will.
An Aerodine Marshagar. Extrapolating strings. Nas and tide. Harmonized. Our window is short. Basic guidance. The stars
Cannot
are
warp there. Not enough energy.
Channel the light divide.
an Aerodine Washagal. Our window is short. I see it. Knowledge of time. We interpret.
Mineral field exhausted.
Base crystal charged.
Placed in power field.
You seek guidance?
Here in the shadows.
Channel.
Let us begin.
We maneuver unseen.
We face the enemy.
Short.
This vessel.
An omen.
Cluster expended. Research completed. Inadequate upgrade. Warp them must be placed in power. Not enough energy. Insufficient energy. Must construct additional pylon.
I return to
Insufficient. Not enough energy. Technology research. Vespene gas. Insufficient. Cannot warp there. Assaulting probes. I am eager to strike. Mineral field exit must be placed in power field. More minerals required. Mineral field depleted. Need more Vespene gas. Must be placed in power field.
I return to serve.
Mineral cluster executed. Mineral quantity insufficient. Not enough. Mineral quantity insufficient.
My lord.
More minerals required. Not enough minerals.
My charm.
I return to serve. Upgrade completed. Mineral field exhausted.
Data lock.
Army upgraded. Mineral field.
Heating up.
My
Mineral cluster. Justice. No. Vespine geyser exhausted. Justice. We embrace the glory of
Castle data lock.
Vespine. Vespine. I return.
Castle data lock. 10-ton Tassadon. Thus I serve.
We are poised. No, not possible. Supply. Mineral field depleted. Cannot warp there. Awaiting the call.
Yeah. At least he waited till the carriers to tap out. We already established that's the correct time. Based on previous... Why are the probes here? Where was the rest of the army? Oh, had a bunch of Templar over there. Five kill hero. His EVP is fucked. It'd be nice if Zerg had tier 3 units, but unfortunately, then Cyril would win even more games. You don't play barcodes. Give him a moment. Let's see, how did our last... The State of Zerg. This is a tournament that gives a bounty to the Zerg player who does the best. I wonder why.
It's about time.
And wait, let's see. Who did the best? It was Nikic who made it to the round of 12 or whatever.
New subscriber.
Thank you, Moderex. Euphorious as well. In the loser's bracket, well, that's where you get knocked out no matter what, unless you win the whole tournament. So,
Mineral quantity insufficient.
at this point, our best chance of having a Zerg player in any of these tournaments is literally if Cyril signs up, which he never has. It's not like a new trend where he decided not to play. He's never played in the online tournaments. Or like weekly tournaments. Because let's be honest, even if he won every single tournament for a year, like every single online weekly tournament, everyone, it would still be like 2% of his prize winning. Also, it usually takes between 3 and 5 hours to play through a tournament. Longer for Zerg. They have a tendency to have longer games. So, like, if you win, you've just put in 5 hours, let's say on the outside, for like 100 to 200 bucks. Which is fine, but like, that's your whole day there. Now, what about Clem and Max Packs? Clem and Max Packs sometimes have best of 7 series that are 40 minutes long. And everyone else they play... The thing is, Zerg can't really kill players like that at the higher level. So, that's part of why I think Zerg players don't sign up for these tournaments. Like, even if you're better, there's always a chance that Glaives or Charge Lot All In or Bunker Rush or something will take a game. Or you'll get dragged into like a 40-minute game that you eventually win. It's just a lot harder to kill your opponent as Zerg. I do think that contributes to the lack of signups or interest from like more middle high tier Zergs. It's just not very fun.
Glory to the day.
And then, like, say Cyril loses to, I don't know, Skillis. Sorry, Skillis. People like, oh my god, like, washed up. Uh-oh. Raynor has pretty much full swap to League, except for when he 3-0'd Hero Marine the other day in the big brain bouts. Which was pretty hilarious. Thank you.
Give us your command. Let your will be heard. We serve with pride. Where shall we march? The firstborn shall Oracle perceiving.
Research completed.
Give up.
Cool.
How can I aid you?
You require my skills. I serve.
We serve. Let us eat.
State thy bidding. Forever sleep. Let our enemy know. I am here in the shadows.
We meet our fate.
Placed in power.
Let your I am challenged.
You require my state. I am the voice of the eclipse. We are one. Must be placed in power field. Mineral quantity insufficient. Vera, you require my skills. Minerals required. Not enough minerals. For the record, I am the... We are one with...
What the fuck? Totally what I meant by he has a observer.
Sufficient energy. State thy bidding.
Extrapolating strings.
We move on.
The firstborn shall persevere.
I am the
Thank you, Florencio,
My window is short.
for the raid.
thy bidding.
Hopefully you had a good stream. Or bad, I'm not sure which one's better.
Where shall we march? Forward! Iron shall be replaced. Faith before fear. We are one mind. Let your will be heard. It shall be done.
Expended.
I have met the end.
Must cannot walk there. Cannot.
Sorry to hear that.
There.
Good luck, guys.
Must be placed in probes under attack. There. Mineral field exhausted. I am here in the shadow.
Thank you very much.
Nexus point in Zerg. Must be played. Yes. I am here in the shadows. Veraku. I serve. Additional pylons required. Mineral field exhausted. We move. Your upgrade completed. Inadequate supply. Pylon insufficient. Command me. Cannot. We move Thruster expended. You acquire my justice be done. We embrace the glory of battle.
New subscription. Automatic review.
PvP. Clown Fiesta. You see, the big brain play was to do the same thing, but worse. Sometimes. Do scout early sky toss? There's no such thing as early sky toss. I mean... It confirms his sarcasm. So, blink is fine if you can micro, but if they're going sky toss, and you're in the metal leagues, you can take 2 more bases and also go sky toss. Because most players who are used to turtling to things like sky toss in the metal leagues are used to their opponent playing a pick ban game where they go sky toss and their opponent complains about it. But if you just do more of the same thing, you usually come out ahead. And eventually at some point there's no counter but sky toss. Like if they get over half a dozen carriers, then it's very unlikely you'll beat it without incredible micro. There's no reason to do so when you have 20 APM and make carriers. That's very rude. What is this? How does that work?
Must be placed in power field. Must be placed in power field.
The firstborn shall persevere. serve.
Shadow.
It shall be done. The Templar, come. Let your will. Najakar Mina. Faith before fear. Ire shall be reclaimed.
Must be placed in. Technology researched. We move unseen. State that we are one with the shadow. I am the voice. I am here in the shadows. I am the you require. There. Inadequate supply. Pylons. I am here. Mineral quantity insufficient. Cannot work there. I am the vote. Research complete. Time. I am the heart of darkness. It shall be as you say. Under attack. You require my skills. I serve now. Very well. Require my skills. We are one with the shadows. Cold is the focus. I am the voice of the eclipse. Reckoning. I am here in the shadow. There are cold. Very well. You require me. Research completed. I am the heart of. Need more Vespine gas. Let our enemy know our fury. We stand.
Blinker died trying. He died. Two gates, 3 gate. 3 gate robo. The robo was late. But he got locked into the mine drop. That's why mine drop is for Clem only. Because if you go mine, even if he does damage, the mine drop delays siege tanks by a long time. in that case, like, if I hit the blink timing, he might not have very many units. If he doesn't have any tanks, then you can get a lot of damage done with blink. Or you can botch it and immediately lose the stalkers, and with it, the game. Up to you. It... That's really where it is. So, you know, I'm allowed to be proud of that. While I might be a constant disappointment to myself, knowing I don't practice enough and I haven't played enough and I've been pretty demotivated, I'm allowed to occasionally be like, that was pretty good, even though I slipped very hard on my macro while I was microing. I don't think I built any probes with that. It was pretty good. Thank you, Lightless Altar. And now it's finally time. After that win, I will allow myself a celebration. Is the guy who was whining about me not paying attention to the chat still here, or did he leave a while ago because of a starvation of attention? Thank you, Kablas.
Dedication will be rewarded.
I'm sure those of you who are more regularly in the chat know what I mean. We're waiting for the right moment. That wasn't me, but I'm starved for attention. Here is some. Do not become accustomed to it, for you will resent its absence. Beef. No one will not pay attention to chat? Yeah, except I watch, like... Well, Cyril hasn't streamed in a bit. Actually, he did stream, but I didn't see the VOD. I saw the stream show up on Leslie's YouTube channel, but I didn't see him streaming on Twitch, so... Somebody needs to set up a computer that can stream in 1440p for Cyril with a decent bitrate, because he literally moves his screen around so fast, the entire thing is blurry. If you could play 200 plus APM, Cyril does. And remember, in his second language. Then again, I'm pretty sure most Finns speak English better than Americans do, so.
Mineral quantity insufficient.
MTV ready. Yeah. Yep. SCV ready.
Now, the thing I believe about Cyril the most is that he has maybe not a perfect, like, photographic memory, but near perfect. Like, an order of magnitude better. This has been referenced several times, but, like, the ability to just remember almost every game he's played.
Insufficient
He certainly plays like it.
Bad news.
Hello there.
Command center upgraded.
Go ahead. The Grim Reaper has arrived. SCV ready.
Is he actually gonna go for spines? I love it.
In the rear with it. God, this better be good. Roger that. Big job, huh? What's it? SCV ready. Yes, indeed. What? Gateway is coming through. I'm listening. SCV ready. better be good. SCV ready. Got something. Armed and ready.
Add-on constructed.
Break the mutas? I see.
More minerals required.
All right, on the go. Optics online. SCV ready. What's up? Adjusting for new coordinates. Waiting on by the number. Show me who you want to die. Bad news. Cyclone receiving. Armed. You got coordinates ready.
Engine screaming. No. Receiving.
Want a piece of me, boy? Go ahead. Be ready.
Operational.
Are you walled off, siege tank? How? How?
Give up! Load up!
Loud and
You gonna give me orders?
Mineral field depleted.
Armed and ready.
Ready for service. Command.
Add-on constructed.
Boy.
Waiting orders. Battlefield conditions.
This better be good.
State your request.
SCV ready. Gangway coming through. Order.
I might get run over and then die to mutas. I might not. We'll see.
Add mineral quantity insufficient.
Immediate.
SCV ready.
Landing zone obstructed.
Command.
Comes. Who wants some?
Speak!
Waiting.
Give us your best shot!
What the hell?
Additional.
He's like, I will subvert expectations. You'll never expect this. He's right.
I got my ear.
Armed and this better be good.
Supply depots insufficient. Minerals.
Gangway coming through. Sure.
Research completed.
Fueled up, ready to go!
Got it. SCV ready. Who wants some?
What's our goal?
Ready for service.
Mineral quantity.
SCV ready.
Engineering active. Waiting orders.
Ready for desktop.
Resubscription confirmed. Automatically relay
SCV
thanks.
ready.
Ready to roll out!
More minerals required. Command center, but not enough.
SCV ready.
Army upgraded.
Oh yeah, we can use some help here. SCV ready. Looking forward.
Load up!
Waiting orders. Coming.
Ready.
Ready to roll out!
Quantity insufficient. Mineral field exhausted.
Ready, ordering.
This better be good. Go, go, go! We could use some help here. You gonna give me orders? Armed and ready. Go, go, go! SCV ready. Yeah? Huh? Been waiting on you.
Ready, ordering.
SCV ready.
I think a Ghost Academy is warranted. I was gonna do something else weird, but ghosts are good against literally all Zergs, so.
SCV ready. Want some? Why not?
Not enough minerals.
SCV ready.
Talk to me.
Add-on operational.
Go, go, go! SCV ready. Want a piece of me, boy? What's our target?
Waiting.
Ready for pickup? Well, hallelujah.
Ready.
You gonna give me
Mineral
orders?
field depleted.
Where's the emergency?
Need something load up?
Standing. What's going on? I can't. SCV ready. This better be good.
Up, ready to go!
SCV ready.
Picking up.
Must build more supply depots.
Inside. 5x5.
Additional supply depots required. Army upgraded.
I'm on it.
Supply depots insufficient. Lords superior.
Good job. SCV ready.
Must build more supply. Upgrade.
Just don't panic. So many minerals. Hero unit, a Hydra with 3 Marines. Yikes. It's a tough one. Honestly, the proxy hatch did pretty well, but I feel like if he had gone, it was obvious he wanted to go Mutas, but he didn't go Mutas because it was so obvious he was going Mutas. But the Mutas, I think, would have been good in that scenario. Low economy. I was a lot more scared of the Mutas than like a dozen Hydras. Finally, getting there. What's your favorite unit in Starcraft 2? I just said Mutas. That was originally why I played Zerg as a main. Is because I thought Mutas were really cool. That and Creep Spread, both of which have been relegated somewhat. Phoenix Infernal, thank you for 63 months. Kablas for 14. I just still enjoy it. But since creep spread is harder to come by, and mutas are almost, well, for players with under 500 APM, mutas are a massive gamble as opposed to a game plan. It doesn't feel as good. Did he still end up building a few? No, he didn't have any mutas. He didn't even go mutas. What was happening, now this is my interpretation. He saw that I saw the lair and all the gas, and everyone expects mutas in that scenario. So he's like, I'll subvert expectations by going hydras into probably lurkers. But that was not ideal. I'm just gonna 14 pool. We're gonna throw it out there like it's a build. Like, yeah, we're gonna hit the 14 pool timing, which is when I make a pool on 14 and then I hope for the best.
Insufficient. Not enough minerals. More minerals required.
This is mostly just a hope that he fucks it up.
Mineral quantity insufficient. More minerals required.
Let's try something. Should have a zealot done.
Not enough.
It does. Gonna go for 2 zealots. Can I get? Nope, the surface area isn't there.
Insufficient over command. Mineral quantity insufficient.
The dancing of death.
More minerals.
It's gonna have an adept. It's gonna make this a lot more difficult.
Must spawn more overlords. Not queen birth successful. Birthed queen ready. Swarm forces under attack. Insufficient mineral. More overlords required.
Pretty big pick off there. He also has a Stargate done. I'm way behind. That's...
Successful.
Yeah.
Not enough energy.
Even more done than I thought. I'm going at the old reckless greed because I'm already way behind.
Must be morphed on creep. Must spawn more overlords.
Trying to be a sneaky snake.
Insufficient. Mineral quantity insufficient.
My hair gets to 50.
Swarm forces under attack. Drones under attack. Successful. Need more Vespine gas. Creep tumor under attack. Not enough energy. Command unacceptable.
Right from the start, we knew that this would never be now, baby. Be now, baby. We're not apart, and we just wanna let it free now,
Newly
baby.
birthed queen. Mineral cluster expanded. In swarm forces under attack. Swarm forces under attack. Hive cluster under disrupted Vespine. Enemy assaulting drones. Insufficient Vespine gap. Mutative swarm has evolved. Not enough swarm forces under attack. Enemy assaulting drones. Forces under attack. Hive cluster under
For in case those of you who are unable to extrapolate, you almost had him. He has 5 immortals, and this is the worker count. I'm in the blue. Not sure almost qualifies. You will get Zerg again? No, I think I'm gonna quit playing random because the risk of getting Zerg is too high. I'll play one of the 2 races in Starcraft 2.
Your dedication will be rewarded.
A new subscriber has been acquired.
So thoughtful. What do you think? I think my analysis of the patch was mostly on point. Where I thought the changes to TVP would not affect the early game. Like, the breakdown is, I thought TVP would be a little better for Protoss, but it wouldn't change the fact that it's kind of do or die for both sides, aka Blink versus any sort of early Terran aggression. I was concerned for later game Zerg versus Protoss because for some reason we nerfed all the tools against it. I advocated for the mothership to not be yoinkable by the Viper. Not because of balance reasons, but because the mothership being abducted looks stupid. Okay? Now, I did not advocate for also making spore crawlers have less HP, making queens cost more minerals, making hydras slower. I did not advocate for these things. So, just to be clear. But I do think the energy recharge ability ended up being pretty devastating combined with the mothership buff for ZVP. And Zerg got nothing. So it's a real pain for anyone who's not Cyril. And it's still a solid pain for Cyril at this level. At that level to play ZVP. It really feels like you're on a timer. The ghost supply thing was Winter's idea too? Yes, that was my offering as the literal least nerf you could make to ghosts. And, yep, it does seem like it didn't have much effect. My actual nerf would be EMP is now a much slower projectile like fungal with much, with a more obvious, with more acceleration so you can actually dodge it like fungal, like the fungal treatment. The disruptor. Now, I think we should just buff the Colossus and leave the Disruptor alone because the Disruptor's never going to be solving those problems anyways. So, everyone is very traumatized by the Colossus of Wings of Liberty and the A-Move Void Ray Colossus compositions of that day. But Protoss is in such a weird spot because of it. Yeah. I don't know what's going to change at this point. I'm not hearing any rumblings of a new balance patch. I usually hear rumblings, one fashion or another. No rumblings at all, so. But, very simply, Zerg might not be heavily underpowered, but it's heavily unfun. Because Zerg does not have any tier 3 composition like Terran and Protoss do. Infestor Broodlord has been nerfed 17 times and is still the best option. Which is not a good sign. Yeah. I think we just need, at this point, Cyril just needs to switch to Protoss, and then maybe we'll have a Protoss champion. For whatever tournament hypothetically exists. That's the solution. Why did they make ultras bigger? Yeah, that really, like, it was irksome at the start, and now it's just upsetting that with no testing at all, one of the physically biggest changes was made just as a slip it in the door right as the patch goes live. Like, ultras were changed to be able to more reliably attack because of push priority, aka like they don't stomp over units, but they push them out of the way more reliably. So we nerfed ultra speed in order to balance that out, because ultras more reliably attack. They could be a little slower. I don't necessarily agree with that. And then they made them huge again, which looks amazing. I will say, it looks great. But it makes ultras just as useless as they were, because the big issue was literally how big the issue was. So instead of like a buff and a nerf, it got a buff and 2 nerfs, which is more. And now I'm not one to be like counting the nerfs versus counting the buffs, but the scale of the nerfs heavily counteracts the buff. Like, the ultra marginally better and more usable, but being slower and larger makes it much less usable. It's now just an A move unit against potatoes, aka like diamond players. Like, being slower overall is death at the highest level. So, yeah. Also the removal of the Broodlord bug fix. I say, put ultras back, fix the Broodlord bug, which apparently we learned how to do, by the way. Alright? Like, we learned how to fix it. We did fix it. And then we unfixed it. Like, not buff. Don't buff them. Just make them work how they're advertised. Also, well, at this point we're not making big unit changes, but I would like if mutas could morph into broods or corruptors. Alright? That would be one way to make mutas a strategy. Mutas can now morph into corruptors, which can morph into broodlords. That way, going Spire is not a massive liability quite as much. Also, I think, so the big issue with Terran versus Protoss, I think a lot of issues come from the fact that we're always changing things and pretending we're not targeting specific matchups. Like when we do plus mechanical damage or something. Like if we want to target Terran versus Protoss, I think there should be a modifier to each unit. An attribute that says Terran. Alright? Stalkers now do 15 damage versus Terran. Okay? Make it like Age of Empires. All the kind of trying to do versus armored or versus light. Just, if we want to change a specific interaction, we could do that. But it's never really, well, that has never really been the philosophy. It felt too ham-fisted. Like, so instead units get like plus light, plus, and the numbers have to be tweaked here and there. It'd be a lot easier to just be like, it does 40 damage against probes, 45 damage against SCVs. Alright? So that doesn't make it way better against, like Zealots, for example, but there you go. Like, we do stuff like plus damage to shields or biological, which, well, shields is pretty on the nose. All right, shields is not one that has any sort of ambiguity there. Shields is pretty clear. But there are other things like how spore crawlers do more damage to biological air, which in team games is a bit more muddy, but there's only one race with biological air. So... And it's not like there's a lot of matchups, by the way. There are only 3 non-mirror matchups. It's not Age of Empires where there's 69 factorial. Or factorial, either way. It's pretty clear what the matchups are. So, I wish, well, I wanted this. So, I talked to, back in the day, David Kim. Like 2017 or something, when we did like a community summit. I'm like, why don't we just, if you want to buff Dark Templar against Terran, why don't we like add damage just against Terran? So that way it doesn't become stronger against Zerg. It was already good against Zerg. DTs are good against Zerg. They're not great against Terran. It's like, no, that's not our design philosophy. You know what? Fair. I disagree. Like, if you want to change something and test something, I feel like you gotta get kind of specific. Instead of like +4 to light or something. Because that has a lot of implications. Yes, in 2v2, technically Phoenixes can lift units and spores can hit them, which is the exception to the Zerg biological rule. It's the simple, just like in Brood War, where there are these quirks. Like, for example, things like Widow Mines don't hit workers. Like, their Spider Mine, not equivalent. But workers is not an attribute. I feel like there are some things we could really balance out if their damage or effectiveness against workers was removed. Because, like, the Liberator, if it didn't hit, and now I know this is a balance thing, but if the Liberator didn't hit workers and it only hit units, then it wouldn't break maps nearly as much. Okay? Like, maps are designed around the fact that Liberators can have range. And even there's some, like on a Frostline, we've seen that area by the natural right there. There's actually a spot where without range, the Liberator is untouchable. Which is super cool, and every Terran seems to be using that now whenever they get a Liberator. Like right at the back of the natural. A little outside the main. Oh, no cursor the whole time. Beautiful. I've just been playing with my brain head. You nailed it. But not just reduce Liberator range while buffing them to make up for it. You want to see what they did to make up for it? We did that in the original version of the last patch notes. So, in order to make up for one less Liberator range, they decreased the time to siege up by about 25% and increased the radius by over half. Yeah. This was our version of a nerf to the Liberator. Because you can't just nerf Terran units, because then Terrans would be frustrated. But that, I do love... Here you go, here's an example. Here's what that looked like. Seems a bit much. Yeah. One does not simply nerf Terran. Remember when we nerfed the Widow Mine and then we buffed every other Terran unit? Okay. What are you saying, Winter? We didn't buff every Terran unit. Then what do you call, in that same patch, we nerfed the Widow Mine radius. We made the armory cost 50 gas cheaper. 150, 100 to 150, 50. 50 gas per armory cheaper. So that's 50 off your first and all upgrades. And we made infantry, weapons, and armor level 2 and 3 both cheaper by 25, 25, and 50, 50. So now every single other Terran unit has cheaper upgrades to balance out the Widow Mine hitting slightly less. I want those kind of nerfs for Zerg. How about this? The Lurker has 10% less attack speed, but Larva Inject now gives you 4 larvae. All right, it's a nerf though, because Lurkers aren't as good. So here's can we see the liberation at hand? Yeah, I see it. There's a Liberator range is in production there. This was the best nerf to Liberators we could get across.
It goes faster for a short time, so maybe that's the ticket. Just lurch your Hydras into Liberator range, or into range of the Liberators.
Dun, dun, dun.
All right, it's time. Get out. Get them out of the game. That's enough.
As you can see, the Liberators were nerfed, and now they only take up 3/4 of the screen. But they're... So the beauty of it is, even though the radius was reduced, it was only reduced by less than 1 range. Effectively, because of the radius increase. That is the kind of Terran nerfs we've seen throughout the Balance Council's decision-making. I think a key part of doing a sort of balance count, and I don't envy most players. I think most players do want the best for the game, though don't necessarily have the best perspective. It's very hard to make a fun game. Well, we're not balancing for the low percent, because then Cyril would win every tournament. You're like, wasn't he winning every tournament? Yeah, but he continued to. So... I'm just... This is just cathartic. This is not helpful for anyone, by the way. Pointing this out is not helpful for anyone. But it is a bit cathartic for me. That's all this is for, by the way. What I'm going to talk about is the terminology on the patch notes. Not the, not the actual notes themselves necessarily, but the way they're justified / phrased. So, the Ghost Nerf, the 3 supply Ghost Nerf. We have heard major concerns from multiple professional Terran players about the Ghost Nerf, and there wasn't a full alignment among Balance Council members regarding this change. However, we also believe that proceeding with this change was desired by the community. So we would like to move forward with the Ghost Supply Nerf for 5.0.14, which is the last patch from 3 months ago, while carefully monitoring its effects in both Terran versus Zerg and Protoss. Alright, so the Terrans didn't like it, but we did it anyways. Bold move. Ghost Supply is now 3. The whole change was Ghost go from 2 to 3 supply. That's it. Meanwhile, this was the Mothership and Energy Recharge and Tempest changes. With the Mothership no longer being abductable and overall late game army being stronger after the Tempest change, we're concerned about the potential state of Zerg versus Protoss late game across different levels of play. We received suggestions for some experimental changes to address it, but they'd require extensive testing, which would significantly delay the release of the patch. We'll not proceed with those changes and carefully monitor it going forward. So, Zerg versus Protoss, there were some concerns. We had some ideas. Rightfully, the combination of concerns could be problematic. Ghost Nerf. Terrans didn't like it, but you guys bitched enough, we did this change. But we'll revert it if people aren't paying attention. But nobody offered any other ideas, is implied, but we didn't like it. But we did it anyways, and now Terrans are relegated to still building 20 ghosts against Zerg, because it still works fine. Yeah. It's the terminology, it's the phrasing of, the Terrans didn't like it, and we don't think it's a great idea, but everybody's bitching about it. Versus, clearly it could be problematic, but it's worth giving a shot. I think just the phrasing of it really tells you the feeling. I think even Protoss the problem for Protoss players is they're usually pretty reasonable. And a lot of Protoss know how people feel about Protoss on the ladder. That doesn't really change this from happening. Whereas the Terrans are like, fuck you, and fuck everyone who wants to nerf Terran ever. And then Clem is like, hey guys, and Clem actually finally said so. He's like, the Ghost is maybe a bit much. And then, that's when we did the Ghost nerf. And then, Clem switched to Protoss against Terran. So, I see you, Clem. Clever. Ah. Well played. Clem is playing both sides of it. And you're like, who won this tournament? Surely it couldn't be Clem versus MaxPax again. You're right. Because Hero beat MaxPax in order to beat Clem. Our trifecta. Yeah. So, what I'm trying to say is just complaining. Like, I don't think there will be any meaningful changes on that front. Like, this change here. Yeah. The Ultra getting double nerfed. Oh yeah, Planetary Fortress armor. TOS is fairly strong. Honestly, I didn't think TOS would be as strong as it is. I didn't realize how strong energy recharge would be against Zerg, and I thought it would be strong. And the Cyclone reversion made Blink Stalkers strong again. Well, the best defense against Terran is still a very good offense, obviously. But and below like the Clem and Serral level, Protoss is still overrepresented by a pretty huge margin. There's no solution. This is the same ranting argument I've had for the last like 2 years straight, so. I remember like over 2 years ago being like, hey, feels like ghosts are kind of the worst and could use a nerf in favor of, you know, having more diverse unit compositions that aren't mass ghosts. And I remember getting literal angry emails from Terrans for my hypothetical balance patch. And then Terran struggled when they won the next 2 world championships. And it was rough for them. It's been a tough time. It's like, I have no power. I cannot enact any of these changes. I just don't like watching. I don't like playing against or casting mass ghost turtle like every other game. Well, we don't do that anymore because almost every game is TVP. In the last Wardy replay pack, I desperately looked through the matches. There's 250 replays or so. There's about 20 TVZs and 100 TVPs. And those 20 TVZs are like from the major tournaments mostly that Serral played in. Like Wardy cast them as well. So I already cast them. Like, well, there's almost literally no TVZs at. I still haven't cast Clem bullying Dark 5 times in a row. It's even worse than when he beat Serral. That's pretty much the only one I haven't cast yet. Because I looked through some of them. It's just, it's bad. He just does.
Additional pylons. Insufficient Vespine gas.
Make Zerg fun again.
Ire. Yes, Executor.
At this point, I've completely given up on the Premier Tournament argument because, believe it or not, the Premier Tournament argument requires Premier Tournaments to exist. So...
Let your will be heard. Najakar, the firstborn shall persevere. Ire shall be reclaimed. Yes, Executor. We...
Minerals required. Not enough minerals.
Well, the reason they didn't delay the patch was because the only major LAN tournament, Home Story Cup, was happening, like, the week after. So it was either do it and actually get some decent games on it, or, well, you know, don't.
It is destined. An Aerodine washable. Glory to the day. An Aerodine. An omen.
Mineral quantity insufficient.
The firstborn shall persevere. The Templar march.
Not enough minerals.
How can I? Yes, Executor. It shall be done. For the love. Combat. I have met the enemy. It is destined. Hello? Combat. How can I aid you?
Must additional pylons required. Inadequate supply cannot walk there. Must construct additional pylons.
An Aerodine washable.
Additional Vespine gas required. Mineral field depleted.
Our fates are one. You seek guidance?
Upgrade completed. Vespine gas. Insufficient Vespene. For the reckoning, we move unseen. Cannot. Additional pylon must be placed in power. Assault data lock.
The stars align.
In that pylon, assault shadows. Mineral quantity. We are one with the shadows.
Let us be.
You acquire my skills.
The glance of fate in my veins.
Mineral.
Assault data lock.
How can I aid you?
Mineral cluster expended.
You seek guidance? Let us begin.
New technology.
Assault data lock.
Not enough energy. I return to serve. Cannot warp there. Cannot warp there. Need more Vespene gas.
An Aerodine. My window short.
Mineral field depleted. I am deployed.
You seek guidance? A moment. It is just. We meet our fate.
We shall swoop. We are alike. My meditation. We embrace the glory. We embrace the glory of battle. More minerals required.
I will.
I return to serve. Additional Vespene gas cannot warp.
Assault data lock.
Nazupta.
The merging is complete.
We are focused. Assault data lock.
Insufficient Vespene gas cannot warp there.
We seek enlightenment. We shall.
Cannot warp there. placed in power field. Mineral cluster expended. No, not possible. What? We imprint the glory of battle. Let our enemy know our fury. Mineral field exhausted. Mineral cluster expended. Nexus point under.
The enemy has discovered us.
Let our enemy know mineral field insufficient. No, not harmony. Upgraded. I'm here in shadows. And mineral field depleted. Mineral cluster. Let our enemy know our my vengeance. Not enough energy. Like investment. No, not possible. Not possible. Supply limit reached. We are light. Must be placed in power field. Mineral field exhausted.
Directing.
Probes under attack. Vespine geyser depleted. We are one with the shadow. We
Threads of fate lie there.
upgrade completed. Must be placed.
Hostile data lock.
Nexus point
Command me, our mind.
No, not possible.
The glory of battle. Enter. Justice be done. We seek justice.
You seek guidance?
Not possible. Supplied. We cannot warp. From the shadows I come.
We are the blades of iron justice. Na-Adan. We embrace the glory of battle.
Mineral cannot warp there. I am intrigued. Nexus point under enemy attack. Nexus point under enemy attack. I bask in the twilight. Cannot warp there. Upgrade completed. Mineral field exhausted. Army upgraded. Cannot warp. Vespine geyser peaking. From the let our enemy Vespine Zerg Protoss forces now in combat. Veraku. Mineral field. Vespine geyser depleted. Nexus point. Let our enemy attack. Glory of battle. Nexus point under enemy attack. More minerals. Enemy muscle. Protoss forces now in combat. Sufficient energy must be placed in power. Additional Vespine gas required. And the shadow does
Vengeance is out.
From the shadows I come.
Down. Systems failing.
Mineral cluster expended. I am here. Army upgraded.
We shall stand against the darkness. Un Orkai, of whom we are leader.
gas. Additional Vespine gas required. I'm here. Mineral field exhausted.
The firstborn shall persevere.
Insufficient. Not enough minerals. I'm here. I like what I am. We are full. Additional Vespine gas required.
Imagine if I hadn't thrown away all my Tempest and Mothership multiple times. But eventually, what the? After another 10 minutes, yeah. The margin for error, like, so if you're wondering why Zergs don't play a lot of those online tournaments, me, who's clearly worse by like a pretty large margin, dragged that game to 25 minutes, and I was still in striking distance of actually winning. I wasn't winning, but there was a chance.
New subscriber detected.
There's always a chance when you have Storm and High Templar, which is kind of a prerequisite, which so that was kind of dumb, but there's a dream. Thank you with the 61 months. Glad you still enjoy. It isn't super easy to control that late game on.
Subscription confirmed. Automatically
But
relaying thanks.
It's still very strong. Ultras are
A new subscriber
inverse.
has
Their
been
effectiveness is
acquired.
inversely proportional to the skill of your opponent, which means the Ultras were pretty good against me. Like, they punish you for not microing well enough. Seeing as we need to nerf Protoss even more. How about this? The Mothership. So, what gets me, the Mothership is immune to Abduct and to Neural Parasite. But it isn't immune to Interference Matrix or EMP. Here's my change. Mothership now immune to Interference Matrix and EMP. Alright. That's since I don't think we're gonna get any buffs to Zerg. I want Terrans to struggle at least a little more. When Gumiho interference matrix to Mothership, it blew my mind. Like, well, one, usually Motherships aren't seen in the matchup, but I guess why not? But also, we've gone this long with Interference Matrix, and like, there's been so few scenarios. So, which is another thing why any buff to the Mothership, there's a clear matchup it's targeted at. And it's not Protoss versus Terran. If I could go 5 years without realizing Interference Matrix disables a Mothership, that tells you how many Motherships are built, and how unwilling Terrans are to keep their Raven alive past the first 2 bases. Yeah, and then he just killed it with like Mass Cyclone. That was the Skillless versus Gumiho game. Still a great game. Gumiho actually lost because he went mech. But honestly, it was mostly because he threw it, as opposed to it being unviable. diving into 3 different bases and getting surrounded by charge lots is not as good as taking a well-manicured fight on the field, but still, that's why we love Gumiho. The unpredictability is the excitement.
Probes, more attacks required. Enemy assaulting probes. Mineral quantity insufficient. Not enough minerals. Mineral quantity insufficient.
Yes, Executor. Ire shall be reclaimed. Glory to the Daemon.
I didn't actually read the shade.
Forward. The Templar, give us your command.
I don't think I got the shadow.
Dimensional strings attuned. Unwindowed. An omen.
Let your will.
Mineral quantity insufficient.
An Erodine. The threads of fate lie bare. Nazutai. The stars, lucid guidance. I see.
Technology researched.
Extrapolating strings. Reinterpret. Our fates are one. It is destined. Oracle completed.
What? How does that not hit any of the creep tumors?
We
Useless.
need you. We meet our fate. Let us begin. Our window.
Must be placed in power field.
Guess we're doing charge timing.
Cannot warp there. More minerals required.
The stars
Must be. Cannot warp there.
Our fates are one.
Huh.
More minerals.
The enemy has discovered us.
Not enough.
Nailed it.
Mineral quantity insufficient. Inadequate supply. Pylons inefficient. Not enough. Mineral field. Your dedication will be rewarded.
Extrapolating strings. Aerodine with
Inadequate supply. Mineral quantity insufficient.
49 lethal nonsense. Thank you as always for the incredible comments, wonderful laughs and great times as well as showing visuals that sound.
Exhausted.
I see. You seek God.
Protoss forces now in combat. Mineral field. More minerals required. Cannot warp there. Nexus point under enemy attack. Research completed.
I like what Assault data block.
I never got stormed.
Nexus point under enemy attack.
Glory of battle. I like what I
Probes under attack. Nexus point under enemy attack. Cannot warp there. You require my skills. Mineral quantity. Nexus point under enemy attack. You require
command.
enemy assaulting probes. Under assault.
My meditation is over. We embrace the glory of battle.
We are one with I minute.
We embrace the glory of battle.
You require my skills.
You seek guidance?
Cannot warp there.
Assault. I like what I am.
Additional.
I return to serve.
Insufficient Vespine. It must be placed in power field.
I like what I am.
We are one.
Assault data block.
Must construct additional pylons.
I return
Not enough minerals.
End tunnel.
Need more Vespene.
We embrace assault data.
Mineral.
Highlight for us. We embrace the glory of battle.
More minerals required. Nexus point under enemy attack. Probes under attack.
We shall stand towards the boundless.
Protoss forces now in combat.
Glory of battle. Highlight for life. Life, justice. We stand. Life.
RE upgraded.
Our window is short.
Mineral cluster. X cannot warp there. Cannot.
We embrace
Not
glory
enough.
of battle. Assault data. Highlight for life.
Mister, how can I aid you?
We are.
An omen.
I return to assault data.
Must be placed. Mineral field depleted. Insufficient minerals. Protoss forces now in combat. Must be. Cannot warp there.
Now adopt highlight for life. Command me.
Protoss forces now in combat.
We embrace the glory of battle. All highlight for iron. I return.
Must be placed in power field. Vespene cannot warp there.
Highlight for iron.
More minerals required.
data log.
Mineral cluster.
Assault data log.
Cannot walk there. I'm here in the shadows. Mineral field. Cannot walk there.
Rono Hunter. We serve with the first war shall persevere.
Cannot walk there. Nexus point under enemy attack. Nexus point under enemy attack. Nexus point under enemy mineral attack. Exhausted. Nexus point under enemy attack. Pylon under assault.
You seek guidance?
Cannot warp there.
We await the threads of direct us.
Mineral cluster expended.
How can I aid? As all are one.
Must be placed in power feed.
I return to serve.
Cannot warp there. Nexus point under enemy cannot warp. Glory of battle. Nexus point under enemy Pylon under assault. Probes pylon.
Yeah, we got there. 10 minutes later. Actually had more workers. All I need to do is not die.
Your dedication will be rewarded.
Been watching you for years.
Thank you,
Love
I'm
the
the one
stream
on.
and your videos. Thanks for being new brother.
49
Much
kills on the Oracle. Still not enough. Yeah.
Your dedication will be rewarded.
A new subscriber has been acquired.
I get too fancy. I need to just build more Immortals and Archons, which on their own are gonna get it done. Yeah, the monsoon of Zerg. We played well. But I'm always surprised when I survive the attacks and there's still like 65 probes. How am I gonna throw from here? But the Zergling counter at the main fight did it. Gutted the tech. I can't do it. No more PvP. All right, let's beat up team gamers. I load in. I'm contemplating playing Protoss versus Protoss. It's time to take a mental health break. Yeah, if only the online tournaments had ever been anything. About 1 minute, we'll see. Yeah, rank 69. I'm about to ruin it. Thank you. Cosmic Gambit for the biddies. Game is hard. Hey, we need your voice as the background noise. How about the foreground noise?
Me and you and me was a dream at first. I got lost in your world, in your universe. I never thought our love would ever end. I messed up, made it worse, pushed you.
You think I'll have more success with 4v4? Doubt. Unfortunately, team games never really much of a thing. Thank you, Sergeant Tucker. 49 months. Xerox. I played the new Age of Mythology. Age of Mythology Retold. I think it's really good. I haven't played the campaign, which I know is like heresy, but I did like the multiplayer for a bit. Kind of dropped off it. I'm not sure why. I mean, it did not feel like much of a 1v1 game. I don't think a lot of people are playing multiplayer on it. Either. It's clearly a PvE sort of game. The literal god powers are hard to balance. Hello, Leonard, which build counters which build with a good builds. Builds are good. So, the game is more real time than it is strategy. There's a baseline for everything. I do have the low APM challenge, which is not perfectly up to date, but gets you most of the way there. Just ignore anything that says shield battery overcharge. If you want to see basic builds, but most of the time, more stuff will counter less stuff. There are so many exceptions to that, but remember, the matchmaking system is trying to get you to a 50% win rate. I try to recommend builds. Now, a lot of people want to know how to have an answer for each thing. But if you win 55% of your games, if you win 11 out of 20, you're still moving up. So that is it's hard to accept. Some days you'll lose 8 out of 10. Some days you'll win 8 out of 10. But eventually you'll end up around 50%. Unless you're like near GM, it'll probably be at most 55. So
not enough minerals. Mineral quantity insufficient. More cannot work there. Mineral quantity insufficient. More minerals required. Not enough.
difficulty of really certain builds. So once again, the low APM challenge is me talking through the basics of what you need to look out for. Every little detail doesn't matter. And a lot of the time, the details are actively misleading in the meta leagues because players don't know what they're doing. So if you're thinking too hard, to figure out what your opponent is doing, you're probably failing at your own stuff. Like, for example, if your opponent is not building a hatchery outside your base, and they don't have a spawning pool already done by the time your probe scout gets across, you probably don't need to worry too much about them until you start working on your own tech, like a Stargate's Protoss. Like, what specifics they're doing after that, don't worry about it. Get your Stargate, get your wall set up, and then we can worry, maybe, about what they're doing. But the thing is, builds like the Stargate build, that you see in almost every game, cover that. The point of going Stargate, a lot of the time, is so you can scout and potentially do damage. But it's mostly scouting. Only higher level players are trying to do real damage with it. There's no other really reliable way as Protoss to scout early on. But if you can threaten them and scout at the same time, well, that's a double win. So,
Gas.
Thank you, Mark.
Mineral quantity insufficient.
I'm 200 plus APM. Well, there's your problem. That is like 3 times as much APM as you need if you're someone who's saying to me, I need to know how to counter builds. Because that tells me you're probably not even diamond. And
Glory to the day.
if you have over 200, well, my entire series, the low APM challenge is getting to masters with less than 100. Working smarter, not harder. The game is not that complicated. There aren't that many units. There aren't that many openers. It feels like a lot. There really aren't that many. Zerg gets 120, which is still less than 200. I mean, there's some quirks, like, depending on what hotkey scheme you use, you might have a little bit more or less. But,
More minerals required. Mineral quantity insufficient.
make it look easy. Well, that's 50,000 games of experience, and experience pretending like I know what I'm doing.
Let us begin. An omen. It is destined.
I mean, it's harder at this point more than any other. Especially in the last few years. It's been a self-selecting group. Like any game like this who isn't really getting any influx of new content or players, It's not getting any easier. It never will, because there's streamers and YouTubers making guides, and pro players have already min-maxed out to a certain level.
The threads of fate lie there.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
State thy bidding.
How can I aid you?
Cannot warp there.
Nazutai.
Teleport successful.
Cannot warp there.
Push observer mode let you see skins if you wanted to. Well, technically, most versions of it, you can actually set them, but most tournaments won't do so. Like, there's a setting in the lobby, but most pro players will just go. Like, they want to get the game started, especially in, like, online tournaments, which we're watching 95% of the time. So, they do not give a shit about the skins. And also, they don't see them in this scenario. So, usually in favor of expediency. And part of the quirks of the replay system are that I can't change anything. Like, the replay system is super, I hate the word, but it's actually incredibly accurate. It's very robust. It's, unless the intern specifically breaks some things, I can watch replays of all sorts of games. Observer interface works in all sorts of scenarios. I can watch old patch games, once again, unless the intern forgot to check the backwards compatibility. Which is super annoying when that happens, but... The downside is, since the replay is essentially just a text file, there's not much you can do after the fact. That's why replays are only like kilobytes. Like, I can usually tell. The juiciest replays are like 300 to 700 kilobytes. Anything less than that's probably a shorter game. Or a game that didn't have any observers in it, because they actually technically count as well, but... It's almost impossible to have an actual pro replay over 1 megabyte, to the point where SC2 replay stats does not accept files over 1 megabyte, because only the longest games, or occasionally like team games, but even team games, not usually.
Insufficient.
Your dedication will be rewarded.
For the swarm.
Okay.
Allied forces in combat.
What you doing, bro? Like, have we tried attacking more stuff with less stuff? Bold move. See if it works out for him. See if upgrades.
Inadequate supply.
Nope, we just need the Archon.
Mineral feed.
For the literal best choke point of all time. What are you doing, bro? Stop thinking so hard. Just chill. Charge finally done. Oh shit.
Allied forces in combat. Army upgraded. I serve.
Mutas.
Research. Must construct additional pylons. Allied forces cluster expanded. Allied forces in combat. Inadequate probes under attack. Not energy.
Interesting choices there.
Insufficient pylon. Assault cannot warp enemy. Assaulting mineral nexus point under enemy attack.
Holy shit. Could use an assist. What do you got over there? Just a bunch of hydras? Beautiful. You know, if he fought with me at any point, I didn't say anything, to be fair. So. But if he had fought with me at any point here, I think we'd be in a much better spot. Picking off any of these is pretty huge. He has like 5 bases, so hopefully that's enough. What is going? Is that a set of rocks or something? Like. I think he left this open for me, or it got taken out and I wasn't paying attention. I'm not sure which one it was.
Must construct additional pylons. Mineral. Allied forces in combat.
His entire army got wiped out.
Enemy lost nexus point under enemy attack. I am weak. More minerals required.
Microbial shroud. Nice. I approve. There's actually a great microbial shroud usage there.
Additional investment
Unfortunately, all roads ending I didn't go carriers, we went carriers. Regrets.
Forces in combat. Quantity insufficient.
More Shroud, that's just so many Archon. I mean, so many. If he can take out every single one of those interceptors, which is apparently what we're trying to accomplish here. BTs. Doesn't matter, I don't think. GG. We still got 5 bases, so we're gonna fight out, but let's see if I can maybe get another storm. Like, you should have enough income to do something productive. I do not.
Forces in combat. Mineral quantity. Allied space under assault. I'm here.
Oh my god, I stormed his probes. At some point, you can't just fight the interceptors anymore. That's not a winning. It's just delaying the inevitable. Jeez. +3 attack. Well, he was spending his money, so. He wasn't even playing ranked. I mean, still pretty good game. Just painful. Like, keep getting bullied around. Sky Toss has always been strong, especially in teams. Which is why Terran Protoss versus Terran Protoss is kind of the default team composition. Terran very good and can also repair your Sky Toss. So Terran can cover on the ground while you pretty much rush out Phoenixes and then carriers. Has been worked out to be the ideal strategy. At least with Clem and Max Pax, who are still the best 2v2 players on opposite teams. If they were on the same team, I wonder if they considered being on the same team. Because then it wouldn't even be remotely close. Thank you, day. Like, in Uthermal's 2v2 tournaments, they've been in the finals of both. But, yeah. If they played on the same team, there'd be no competition. Yeah. Uthermal doesn't want that. Actually, I think that would be good, though.
Confirmed.
Because that way not every finals is Clem versus Max Pax, though. That way it would be guaranteed to be Clem and Max Pax versus other people. I don't know. I know it sounds crazy. Run lower MMR cap tournaments, so I do that for your entertainment. You gotta trust me. You put enough money on the line and people lie about their MMR. I remember when I did bronze, silver, gold tournaments, and by the third, the prize was coaching with me. That was it. By the third week, the finals was 2 Diamond Smurfs. And I'm like, you guys, the prize is not money. It's coaching with me. I can tell you're Diamond. Like, how far did you think this would go? So that didn't last long because we can't have nice things, but... Like, it's immediately apparent. And this is like 5-6 years. Well, this is back when people maybe gave a shit, but... I'm willing to look at some highlight games, but the underdogs beat the Smurfs. Yeah, it's very hard to manage. And the thing is, I will... Well, part of the struggle is another thing. When it comes to viewership, we've kind of ruined it for ourselves here. But I was coming up, I actually found a game, but I was coming up with the viewership for Cyril and Clem, especially Cyril, and then everyone else. I've kind of, well, most of us, oh, me and Loco at least, have kind of dug ourselves into a hole with that. The thing is, at this point, it's pretty obvious when you're watching a Cyril or Clem caliber game and anyone else. They're so far ahead. Max Pax as well for Protoss, but the thing is, Max Pax is just playing against both of those. So, like, Max Pax is contrasted with those two. Trying. No, it's kind of a systemic issue at this point. Like how everybody wants Bronze League Heroes, and I put out Bronze League Heroes, it gets half the views because YouTube doesn't promote it to anyone because it's different. Like, I mean, most people will be happy to get 20,000 views on something, but it's compared to the baseline. These are first world problems. Well, it's my best interest to keep SC2 going and interesting and be something people want to watch as long as possible. It's just getting harder to figure out how that works.
Go ahead. Yo, what's going on? Ah, you scared me, huh?
Command center upgraded.
Ah, you scared me.
Oh no, I'm not. I'm preaching to the choir when I'm talking to the stream, right? Like,
Yep. Go ahead.
the most active and interested people.
Weird. SCV ready.
Yes, indeed. Nothing I can't handle.
What's going on?
What? You want something?
SCV ready. Bad news.
Minerals required.
That's all.
Yeah.
Add up not enough minerals.
And I think I'm better than many. Like, I watch Hearthstone. I watch the other casters. Like, Hearthstone obviously knows more about the game and is very... It's so hard for Hearthstone to not make it obvious when people are not Cyril and Clem. I think I do a much better job on that. Which, partially because I'm worse at the game. But, like, to a pro player, especially to someone who's even closer to that, who might even take a game off one of them, it's so obvious when, like, things are not at that caliber. That doesn't mean they're... I think now that brings us to the issue with SC2, is because there's so little variety in maps and strategies, and, like, the game is so good at what it does, that things are min-maxed so hard. Like in Brood War, not even Flash has all his workers mining the moment they come out of the command center. So Brood War is still dynamic because you literally cannot be perfect. Like, your macro cannot be perfect, no matter how good you are. Whereas in SC2, no one's macro is perfect, but it's a lot easier to get to that, like, 97th percentile, which puts you at this certain standard, right? And I think that kind of contributes to how stale it can feel. because it's easier to be really good,
Insufficient.
even if it's not easy to be great.
Required.
What's it worth? Ready to raise some hell. SCV ready. In the rear with
Now, I don't subscribe to the argument that giving yourself carpal tunnel and 4 wrist surgeries at age 32, or I'm sorry, 23, is an indicator of strategic skill. It's like, I look at it like people who are great at, like Usain Bolt. Or, you know what, somebody less famous who's a marathon runner, right? Like, this is some real athleticism there. But less strategery. Because it doesn't matter how much of a genius you are in Brood War. If you have 200 APM, you are a joke. Alright, that's what you are. I don't even care if you play Protoss.
Oh, it's so fucking stupid. It hurts so much.
Add-on operational. Must build more supply depots.
what's going on? Yeah. What's it?
Mineral quantity insufficient.
Yo. Big job, huh? SCV ready.
Really? Can I? No! No! Is that? What a... Huh. Cool. What a thoughtful dude. Not... So, it's a whole nother issue, is the creeping on your teammate's base conundrum. But...
Insufficient. Technology research. Your dedication will be Allied forces in combat.
I've been cutting down subsonious type crates.
Thank you. I just don't it. Oh no. Unfortunately, we're in real trouble here. They have more of the same and better stuff. This would actually be the time to go mute us for him. Brenda! Unfortunately, didn't want to creep my base, which was nice of him, but now is going to screw him.
Allied forces in combat.
In the rear with comms open. Show me who you wanted.
Not enough energy.
Systems go. Cycle ready for action.
Command center upgraded.
SCV ready.
Those are mutas.
Additional supply depot. Allied
Gotta go do
forces.
something. Unfortunately, cyclones are also a very hard counter to mutas.
Insufficient. Overlords.
SCV ready.
Supply research completed. Must build more supply depots.
This ought to be good. SCV ready.
No upgrades.
Order. Ben. Yeah. Well,
Insufficient energy. Add-on constructed.
SCV ready.
Allies base under assault. Operation. Systems go. Allies base under assault.
Oh my.
Additional supply depots required.
His army got entirely wiped out by the cyclones. Like, not even close. And there were enough cyclones left over to beat my cyclone. Yeah, mutas are a prayer at best. The Zerg teammates not coming through. Shit. I mean, I'm not exactly pulling my weight here. God, it's so sad watching mutas try to fight anything.
What's our target?
Systems go. Cyclone ready for action. What's going on?
No, we're not dead, but only because the Terran has not decided to win the game yet.
Cannot build there. Not
Ready to raise some hell.
allied forces in combat.
I'm SCV ready.
Mineral quantity insufficient.
Talk to me, boss. SCV ready.
Kept him busy.
SCV ready.
Up, ready to go.
You're the boss.
Allied forces in combat.
Oh, I'll get there.
Additional supply depots. More minerals required. Research completed.
I'm in a heap of trouble.
Hostile forces engaged.
You got coordinates or what?
Oh my.
Channel's clear, boss. In gear.
Upgrade. Allies base under assault.
Moving into position.
These guys aren't gonna make it.
I get you. This one's got a target in mind.
Okay.
Not enough minerals.
It just keeps building mutas
Give up. What's our target?
and praying.
Mineral cluster expended. Mineral field expended.
Fortunately,
Forces in combat.
my army is like 4 Widow Mines now. Well, maybe he has a dream.
Mineral quantity insufficient.
Yeah. I wonder how many mutas have died.
Mineral cluster. More mineral fields.
Oh, it's the same illustrious individual from last game.
Investing.
Yikes. How many mutas died? 62. 29 kill or more. Oh wow. It's rough out there. How are you queuing on these maps? I can only queue on like 6. Yeah, that's another one of the interns' most hand-selected bugs, is the entire map pool not always showing up. I think you'll still be able to play on them, even if they don't show up. Unless you don't recognize this is 2v2, in which case, there's no help in there. But occasionally, for some reason, some people don't see all the maps. Which is interesting. All right. But I'd recommend also trying to switch servers and switch back if for some reason it doesn't show up. There should be 9 maps on every mode. Let me see if I have them. A couple seasons ago, we just kind of went to 9 maps. I'm still not sure if it was intentional because there was no announcement, but that's what we're doing now, so... So, I'm actually looking to try something out. It's a micro build. Veto 3 of them, they want to be more played maps? Yeah, but then why did we add in old maps to the map? Like, this is what I still don't... There still has been no statement acknowledging the fact that they just added 3 old maps in. Like, instead of new ones. Like, and I don't mean like last season. I mean like 5 years ago. I'm still wondering... It's not terrible, but it's just super weird that Abyssal Reef, King's Cove, and Neon Violet Square are suddenly back. After 5 years. It feels like something fucked up and they needed to add 3 more maps. And they didn't want to make it obvious it was fucked up. Or maybe I'm reading too much into it. But something somewhere went horribly wrong. A game in the replay section. Well, Brett has been a polite participant in the chat for many moons. So we will check the personal best macro game. Years old viewer games? Years old viewer games? Wait, I didn't do viewer games back in the day. Excuse me, sir. Ah, yes. We have... No, we're going to be enjoying some Silver League Slayers All right. Our hero, well, they're both Terran, but our hero is... You've heard of Cyril? Wait, no, I gotta get my... I gotta be ready. Okay. I got it. I got it all lined up. Welcome back to Bronze League! Well, Silver League heroes. You've heard of Cyril, but can I introduce to you, from Z-Temps in the blue, it's Feral. Up against another Terran, which is not surprising, though only mildly disappointing. Fern Sword. We have two creative ideas for how to wall off early on. Feral went with the laissez-faire, sort of, I guess I'll just put my depot on over there and we'll deal with it later sort of situation. Whereas Fern Sword goes with the I've been hurt too many times before and walls make me feel safe early wall off. So, both players locking things down as we kick off the macro. A second barracks is the choice. Thank you, Ariel. And make sure, if somehow this is so incredible and amazing, and this was titled my personal best macro game from one of our heroes here, which I'm excited to see, make sure to like and subscribe because it'll put meaning in my life. Make the difference today. Two racks opener. Another command. Well, orbital command is on the way. Second command center and a bunker on the low ground for Fern Sword. The bunker before unit composition for maximum defensive safety. And another depot using the Feral strategy of putting it wherever the hell you want. Now the factory on the way. Only one orbital command on the field. It looks like despite the wall, will he? No! He gets gunned down. The SCV will slip in and somehow slip by the border patrol, but out of a sense of just intense respect, it will stop moving and allow the Marines to finish it off because they don't want him to be punished. How kind. And now another barracks. Feral with Reapers, and there's a command center. That's what it looks like, in case you've never seen one before. Now the SCV going down the ramp, and you know what it's going to do next, which would make one of us, because I have absolutely no idea. Meanwhile, the Reaper timing. Yes, there might be a bunker at the front. Yes, Reapers might be a questionable idea in general for someone with lukewarm APM. Yes. No. That's it. That's all I got. The SCV? Well, it's here. It must do something. What is it gonna do? It's coming back for another pass. I think it's on the same hotkey. Indeed it is. The Reapers jump up off to the side. And that barracks under heavy fire. Let's go to the Fern Sword action cam as he responds. Yep. Oh no, those Reapers far too scary. Even to themselves as the grenade drops. He pulls the Marines out of the bunker. Now trying to take them down. Another grenade. What micro? The SCV distracting on the low ground. You forgot about it. But Feral didn't. Meanwhile, the SCV is being slaughtered. The micro. And I will remind you that this was Feral's best macro game ever, as he banks 1,125 minerals. And only great macro players bank that many minerals. That's a professional tip. Moving on. Now the Reapers looking for more grenades. Bounces the Marines off to the corner. Oh, so much damage. Terrible. 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 And more grenades. Reapers. Microed away. Back to the low ground. And finally taken down. With only... And that means Feral skyrockets to an 18 supply deficit with such intense Reaper micro. And now we'll transition into the next phase of his build, which is anything else. We're gonna cancel. This isn't Nexus Wars. You don't need to line up your production timings. Though you can if you want. It's more fun that way, I guess. Meanwhile, now we build.
Additional supply depots required.
Ready to roll out.
You want a piece of me, boy? SCV ready. SCV ready.
And thus concludes our macro dance break. With both players dead even on supply. The more things change, the more they stay the same. We now have a smattering of upgrades, a double depot, some starports out there. It's not entirely clear whether Fernsword knows exactly how to maneuver his units across the map. He appears to be walling off the mineral wall location. But he also walled the front, so you know what? Cover all your bases. The TPM will begin to raise 2 turrets in production. Meanwhile, an armory. Double Engie Bay for Feral. And it's time for the... Does he have Stim? No. Does he have Combat Shield? Forget about it. Does he have 1-1? Eventually. But he does have, like, 16 Marines, a couple siege tanks, and a whole lot of gumption. So, we will see if that translates into damage. One thing, Fernsword now, building a single medevac. Got some more turrets on the way. Let's go to the Feral action cam.
Ready for dust off.
Well, on the bright side, Feral does actually have hotkeys for his army in any way. So he's got that going for him. We gotta be able to click on them so we can see the details here. Meanwhile, Fernsword only for his production, but you know, having control groups at all is a great step of some sort. Another, wow, bringing the reinforcements in via boosted medevac. Unfortunately, since now he's taking his micro turn, that means Feral will be banking up money for his next macro turn. Yes, the classic mini-map scans are whipped out. Nothing off to the north side, but the army is spotted as the siege will begin. And place your bets. This is not rhetorical. How many minerals will he have by the end of this assault? Another scan. Also done via the mini-map. An impressive accuracy, I will say. Unfortunately, when you scan via the mini-map, you can't see what you're scanning. It's not like a metaphor. It's something that... Well, the siege tanks were shut down, which is great. No, you're allowed to have more than... No. Okay, so just because it's red doesn't mean... No, it is... Job's finished! Well... That's... Yep. Well, combat shield not on the way, but we do have, well, the upgrades for Pharaoh. He's got +2 attack, +2 armor, +1 mech weapons as well for his siege tanks. Meanwhile, Fern Sword is also building up. These players so even on supply, but a massive drop! 4 Marines and a sieged tank. In the main, down goes the Liberator trying to get on top of the other tank. Target fire is good. Yep, that's still... Yeah, he scans to make sure those Marines don't lose track of where that tank's going. Gets up close and personal. Medevac healing as much as it can. Boom, down it goes. What a snipe by Fern Sword, doing dozens of minerals of damage. Meanwhile, the counter scan. Feral plummets to 94 supply. With siege tank maneuvered via medevac as it requires that first class treatment. And then unsieges and moves normally because that's kind of unwieldy in general. The SCVs. Job's finished. No, Billy. Oh, that... Well, I don't think he's running out of minerals, so... There are scans. I'm not honest. Well, okay. When I hear the scan noise, that doesn't really tell me anything because that would require there to be some sort of method to the madness. But we're lacking in method, it feels. A Widow Mine? I don't know if that was intentional, but siege tank taken down. Oh, he's gonna go forward. If only... Well, yep. Spotted. Yeah. Beautiful, but the Widow Mine manages to burrow. He's gonna go try to boost on top, but the micro switches off to the side. That's not... Oh, he's stuck down. Oh, so sneaky. He may be able to snipe off the tank. No! It's a disaster. The tank lives. And that means he'll be able to hold. Now he's just gonna send the rest. He comes on down. The Marines on it. We've got +3 infantry weapons, +3 infantry armor, and of course, usually accompanying it, stim and combat shield for Pharaoh. We're looking at 3/3 upgrades, which will be a 5 upgrade advantage against Fern Sword, who is laser focused at breaking out of his base. Okay. Oh, well, that could have gone better. Oh, the move command, the micro, the stims, both players microing, which is certainly one of the options. The APMs in the dozens. And now, as we all know, it is far too scary to just simply walk across the map. So he loads up into a medevac and heads across as well. Job's finished. I feel like you've been on break for most of this. Well, these SCVs in reserve. The night shift after the Marines are slaughtered. Or I mean the SCVs are slaughtered. Feral with quite a... Well, oh no, he's microing! And the medevac doesn't quite make it out of there. He figured out the mineral wall, though. Fern Sword will be expanding to the low ground and adding in the critical concussive shell upgrade. Several tanks are house tanks here, boxed into the... Yep, they're stuck. Yep, well, let's just pretend like that was the intent. Good move. Good recovery. They'll drop in the mules, gathering those delectable minerals. Meanwhile, both players with several house tanks. So, Feral with 3 of them stuck in the main. I believe 2 to 3. It's unclear how many house tanks and how many are just conscientious objectors here for Fern Sword, but at least half a dozen tanks are currently trapped in the main base of either side. Now, the upgrade advantage, Feral has +3 infantry weapons and armor. Fern Sword has now just started his +1 armor to complement the +1 weapons. We got scans. Yep. Wait, who's scanning? Okay, that's Fern Sword. Also scanning to the top center. We even have high-sec auto-tracking and building armor. All right, here we go. 2 ships passing in the night, but the siege tanks weigh anchor. But the Marines and Marauders we're about to see... Oh, no, he's microing. But upgrades are incredibly good, no matter how many times you right-click patent. Yep, those are Marines and Marauders. Confirmed. Counter. Scan. And Feral takes a resounding victory in that battle, as long as his Marines and Marauders are firing with a 5 upgrade advantage, it is almost impossible to lose. Though, I'm sure, he'll give it his best effort. Or the scan, I have no idea what the other scan... Interesting. Just whipping him out on the medevac. I don't know what his mouse sensitivity is. The 360 no-scope scans. Both players are in vision range of one another. It's tense. Okay, well, the battle begins. But upgrades again. Thankfully for Feral, he did not micro at all, and that... No, where are you going? Come back here. Okay. Thankfully for Feral, he allowed his units to continue forward. Siege tanks are still very good. Despite the up... Yep, that's a siege tank. Confirmed. Feral with 5,600 minerals, 1,800 gas. Fern Sword with less. The blue ball upgrade. Oh, funny you ask. The interference matrix upgrade used on Ravens to potentially scramble siege tanks or other mechanical units and prevent them from attacking for that time. Which, one, much credit here to Feral for understanding what that upgrade does and when to use it. Now, personally, I have my doubts as to how much effectiveness we're going to see from the Ravens, but strategically, a solid move, especially to break a siege tank position. Well. Yeah, Fern Sword still on 1-1. There's also +2 mech weapons for Feral, but he doesn't have any ship weapons yet, so... The beauty of this for Fern Sword is he does have an armory. It's just, he has not used it. The standoff continues so far. Fern Sword has lost 2,000 more resources. 101 Marines to 68. Feral with a 50 supply lead, which means we should be coming up on the end here. I'm sure. With a 4 upgrade advantage, a 50 supply lead, a solid unit composition, surely this is the cusp of victory here for our off-brand Feral. Mule is dropped to repair the siege tank. Fern Sword utilizing some mid-level strategies. The army spotted. Siege tank trying to sneak past. The house tanks have escaped the base. At least from Feral. The scan. Ooh, a +2 siege tank. The Ravens out in front, unfortunately. Down goes one. He's gonna drop down the auto turrets, which is certainly one of the abilities that they have. Thank you, Ashton. The scans, counter scans. The battle for vision continues. That tank definitely within range. Oh, and a scan! There's still the siege tank! Oh, but some Marines wandering into the fray from both sides. You gotta corral. Oh, no! That's a lot of damage. The scans again. Another drop loaded up. I think it was spotted, based on pretty much the entire army moving to intercept it. Knocked out of the sky. The Vikings, and he's very... Yep, he got him. He certainly got that drop. Meanwhile, the army moving out, but Phil has built quite a wall over on the opposite side of things. What a scan! Spots the army. Kind of looks like he was looking for the base, but he found an army out there. Now gonna try to chase it down. The Viking Marine Army, 11111 upgrades. Hits the deck. Not all the Vikings could make it, but Farrell should be able to clean this up with the +3 Marines. Not quite able to pick it all off, but yeah, the scans will continue down the center. Liberators! What a play. Liberators to break the siege line. A strong choice. Will actually pick off some of the tanks. For some reason, the other tanks were unsieged. Unclear why, but it will save him for now. Oh, anti-armor missile. Yep, it hit. Most of the rest of the army off to the north side. The Vikings will take down, it appears, will make it. Every single Raven is taken down before using any interference matrices, but they have created quite a threat. The scan, the counter scan. Liberator. Yep. And he goes for it, but the tanks. More Marines, that's a lot of damage. 8,000 minerals, 33. Oh my, okay. Well, interesting choice to go forward at that moment. But it's not about how many men you lose, it's about how many you can replace them with. And Farrell has quite a reserve with which to do so. Job's finished! Woo! Overtime! I don't... No! What are you doing? Oh. Job's finished. Okay, well. The siege line is set up. And now we're going to be doing some mining from the gold base. Now, I don't want to mine it too fast because then you'll run out of minerals. Which, what? That was obviously a siege tank drop. That flew right into the Vikings. As you guys probably realized. Zoned out by the missile turrets, and there it goes. And now it's time for the fusion core, because this is Bronze League Heroes, and all roads eventually lead to battle cruisers, as these inflatable pool noodles of players slap each other around with their surprisingly wet yet ineffective attacks. Eventually, one of them gets irate enough in order to reach for one of the, you like whip, you have a towel, you know, like the towel, you kind of like wet towel, and then you know what I'm saying? It's not really appropriate. It's considered to be a dick move, but that's why we have battle cruisers, and that's what we're doing. Battle cruiser on the way. Some scans. Just okay. I give up. Like, all right. Yep. Yep, they're scanning. It appears both of them were scanning. It's unclear the breadth of the scans, but they did get an idea of where the opposing... Oh, nope. Okay, Venn diagram of freedom will be... Yep. Oh, he comes in for another round. The double siege. Yep, those are still liberators. He's gonna move forward. The little beatsies of the siege tank's gonna try to scramble out of the way. Micro's back. Burn Sword still has maxed out his upgrades at +1. 3 battle cruisers at a time. And Ravens with Interference Matrix. Quite a solid counter to the battle cruisers. Realizing that... Oh, wait, the Vikings. Now this is happening. All right, it does appear that less Vikings do not beat more Vikings. All right, jot that down. And the battle cruiser, no Yamato cannon. Okay. The scan spots the battle cruisers now. What is the answer? As the battle cruisers have arrived. Do we go forward or do we go back? Where are you going with those? Yes, freeing up supply. With the medevacs, the liberators trying to out-micro the Marines, but the Marines, elusive as always. What a dodge. Very sneaky. The micro. Intensive. Oh, unfortunately, down goes the medevac, but incredible micro by Feral to outmaneuver those liberators. Unfortunately, not as incredible in the evacuation. And the medevac. No, you need to zoom out so you can click for like how you scan. Okay, well, no Yamato cannon means the battle cruisers, unfortunately, are being microed here, which means the medevac may survive. Nope. Despite Fern Sword's best efforts, he does take out the medevac. As the battle cruisers haltingly... Oh, now the trail of laser batteries being chased across the map. There's still some... And into the siege tanks. Smart servos, certainly one of the choices you can make at this stage. The 3 battle cruisers being intensely microed by Fern Sword. Still at 1 upgrades across the board. This SCV, jobs finished. And because, of course, Fern Sword did pick the battle cruiser card, means that Feral is unable to build battle cruisers of his own. A smart move in the pick ban phase of the game in order to open up this potential game-winning opportunity. Yes, the fortress to the north. Well, the Vikings are trying to outmaneuver it, but I do believe Feral has locked that down about as tight as it's gonna get. The Vikings will skirt by the Vikings of the opposition. Feral a little less diligent on the upgrades for his mech than he was on his bio units, of which, well, there's still 52 Marines. They're just kind of around. Most of them are just hanging out in the main base, anticipating a potentially tactical dunk. The supplies dead even. Still anyone's game. Another SCV rallied out for continued scouting. Ignore this. Interference matrix! It's happening! Unfortunately, the Vikings can still shoot. A jump! He scans, he sees the Marines, he sees the turrets, he sees the Ravens, and he says, the scan was just for funsies. I was going, bro. And unfortunately, the turret is actually getting in the way of the Marines. The Marines have quite an upgrade advantage, but they are firing at capital ships, which means it's going to be difficult. Thankfully for Feral, Fernsword is microing his battlecruisers, which is actually actively hurting him. Because much like most optimum Terran builds, despite how they like to talk about Terran, the best builds are the ones you can do with effectively 0 APM, like right-clicking battlecruisers across the map. And somehow these battlecruisers actually survive and are starting to rip across the main base. Yamato cannon is far too much of an expense to be expected here. Here come the Vikings, though. Tactical jump still about 30 seconds out. And the Vikings will eventually take down the cruisers. So, here we are. Feral now with the gold base. Fernsword making a massive breakthrough. +2 upgrades. His first +2 upgrade at the 30-minute mark. +2 mech plating. A strong choice, unironically. Oh my. Curious positioning. Still no Yamato cannon. Unclear whether he knows it exists. Good interference matrix, but the Vikings. A orbital command. Where are you going? Okay. He has lifted all of his orbitals. I'm sure totally on purpose. Yes. The best macro game I have ever played. As you can see, the macro and the micro are somewhat conflated here, as every single orbital command. Now, the real loss here is the inability to scan. Yes, orbital strike inbound. Now, get your scans! Get the scans! You gotta scan! We're doing some long-distance mining to the one orbital on the other side. Meanwhile, Fernsword. Okay, so the orbitals here at the center, the siege tanks. Yeah, definitely drawing. They're gonna run out of ammunition anytime. So, very soon. And the maintenance cost of the siege tanks and the Vikings, it just add up. It can never be. It's an alternative strategy. Oh wow! An entire invasion fleet of Vikings shows up out of nowhere, though. There are 21 Vikings. 2-1 upgrades. Now working on ship weapons 3. The orbitals sit back down. Now Feral somehow maintains a supply lead. There's still some Marines, but they're kind of, well, this is happening. All right. Yep. Now, as you can see, both players are, yep. The battlecruiser target fire, Marines, Vikings. Some siege tanks are also involved, kind of tangentially. But the Viking wars continue. Siege tank 16 kills, 14. Over here we got 2, 12. I don't think any of the more successful siege tanks survived that long. But Feral, still with quite a supply lead. Such as it is. Looks like Fernsword was clearly inspired by Feral's more unorthodox mining strategies and is going to utilize some of them himself. The Viking count is so damn high. The Marines will stem forward, which will expedite their obliteration by the siege tanks. And now it's time to land on said tanks and lose all the Vikings. Oh, well, it appears that still More Vikings, especially with similar upgrades, do beat less Vikings. Now, the Vikings are trying to land, but the siege tanks are actually body blocking them. Vikings are surprisingly good against siege tanks because they're bonus to mechanical. And everyone dies at the end. A single Viking will live, but here come the Marines streaming into the gap. And Feral, well, we've been there and back again. It started with a big Marine attack, and I'm not gonna say end, but it's now another big Marine attack. But remember the house tanks! They've been waiting 30 minutes for their opportunity, and it's their time to shine. 3-4 siege tanks in the main base await Feral's incursion. So... and he doesn't really have high ground vision. The depots are not always coming up the ramp. The house tanks are ready. Though this might be critical damage. Though it also might not. It's really hard to tell. Alright, another siege tank. But those 3-3 Marines. Tank still finding a lot of kills. Yep, he's still going. He's gonna get the armories. Yeah, the siege tank still... yeah, he's just eating it. He's real hungry. Some more siege tanks. There's another tank. But the upgrades are real good here, so that's... oh, that might be too much. Siege tank's getting so much damage done. There's... yep. They're still going. That siege tank just barely out of range here. Real unfortunate. Well, the reinforcements will accidentally scout some more. The siege tanks rally out into the Marines. Gonna pull back now. He's falling back. The house tank, 13 kills. Still holding. And... well, it appears we're not done yet. And he's going in the stim, the micro. He's going for the final tank, and with it, victory. Maybe? Ah, yes. 3 uncloaked Banshees here to engage the Marines. A bold move. Let's see if it works out for him. It does not. But the micro. Yep, those are Banshees. And now, approximately 1 fuck-ton more Marines on the way across the map. A few dozen more... who's scanning? I have no idea. What? I heard just trying to get... might not know what a replay is. Fern Sword with 10,000 minerals, but almost no gas in the bank. As he rebuilds the barracks. Feral. Unfortunately, there's not a planetary or anything. Still building mass Banshee. Now we have a fusion core for Feral as well. There's still... now, if he had better than 1-1 upgrades, I think Fern Sword has a chance to turn it around. But he only discovered +2 plating by the end. Probably hasn't unlocked the others yet. Feral currently has, well, most of his SCVs are idle, which is very progressive of him. Meanwhile, the Medevacs will be outflanked by the missile turrets, but both will survive. Marine production has begun yet again in the top right corner of the map because we are not done. SCV. Well, the siege tanks are still there. Is that like a... what is that? There's like a thing... there's like a... what the fuck is that? There's a weird fucking cat outside. Ah! What the... yeah, that seems about right for this game. Poke is on the way. Fern Sword trying to restart the tech tree. Big Gabe down here trying to get some damage done. Fern Sword. Oh, we got the... He was reminded of the siege tanks by the unlucky SCV. Which is unfortunate. And now, the options being narrowed down. The only real poor choice left is to load up everything into the medevacs and fly over the Marines. Otherwise, Feral may, despite his best efforts, be able to claim victory. A scan, a stim, a bunch of Marines. And the last bet, well played. Well played. And a short 40 minutes later, it just kind of ends. And then, how much longer are we in the replay? All right. Just wonder how much longer he stuck around to enjoy the victory. GG! What an experience from these less experienced players. Clearly, two different styles. One player really focusing on the upgrades and the strategy, the other barely focusing at all. But quite a variety. We saw Fern Sword at 118 actions per minute. Quite a blazing speed compared to Feral's 89, but Feral comes out ahead. And who would have thought? I mean, we did kind of expect it. He did send it in, but... TVT at its most Feral. Indeed. So hopefully you enjoyed. Like and subscribe and Patreon and all that. And maybe you can truly be a Bronze League hero. That was a decent back and forth. It certainly was a back and forth. It certainly was. Honestly, quite good. Definitely a demonstration of the variety of strategies you find below, you know, Clem versus Max Packs. Let's see what I can say. If you find the right timing to point it out in the Got Replays channel on Discord, if you get lucky. Honestly, that's most. But what do you mean, Cyril? Cyril, yeah. Have we ever seen Feral and Cyril in the same room at the same time? I rest my case. I don't know if we're gonna top that. All right. But the timing was good. You know, instead of going downhill from there, I think we'll put a bow on it. So, speaking of Feral's alter ego, Cyril, it'd be awesome if you could check out. I kind of forgot there were even more Cyril versus Max Packs games. So, if you haven't yet checked out, it's in the chat. Cyril versus Max Packs should keep you busy for another hour or two. Especially, there's one of the games in there that I have a strong reaction to. So, hopefully, you let me know your feelings on that. Stronger than anything in that last game as well. But, otherwise, thank you for watching. I'll see you next time. I'll see you likely tomorrow night I'm working on next week. I'll be building my new PC. Same GPU because it costs as much as the goddamn PC on its own, but getting the 9800X3D processor, yeah, so fancy. The +3 upgrade of processors when it comes to RTS. So I'm looking forward to doing a lot of stuff with that, as it seems to be the first real upgrade in terms of potential hardware for RTS games. I don't need ray tracing on my SCVs. I need to watch 1,000 Banelings kill 1,000 Zerglings and not lag, for example. So I'm looking forward to that. So it'd be awesome if you could check out that video, that cast, Sale versus Max Packs and otherwise. I hope I made your day a little bit better. Hope to see you next time. Good luck. Have fun. Stay tuned.